Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the monstrous turnabout. And, of course, anime cutscenes. Kitsune versus a Tango will come out. Sorry, I seem to have accidentally booted up Okami.
The nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
When do we talk about money?
Night, night, Alderman. Sweet dreams.
Never mind. They weren't bored. They were knocked out. Damn.
At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
This Phoenix Wright or Final Fantasy. The revival of God. Already? It's only case 2. Hi there, Matthew. Hi there, James. Hi there, AQ. Anyway, I'll see the Mega Man 12 announcement. My friend, have you seen the title of this stream? A few months prior to the courthouse bombing. Right, this is an Apollo case where she met, where Athena met him. Here's a familiar sight. The Wright Anything Agency. Guess I'm a little early. Oh, hey Apollo. Getting an early start today? Yeah, this is the first job I had in a while after all. Well, aren't we all fired up? Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. Work? Is that how he put it? Love seeing these sprites from the previous game brought into 3D models. And the fact that they make it kind of janky and stilted to kind of match up with the portraits from the visual novel style. Chef's kiss. Hi there, Solaris. Wow. What's the wow? Did you notice the stream title? Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again. You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. Lots happened since then. But I've settled in nicely, despite a few bumps in the road. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Wright Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency. But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly. It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help with her magic tricks. And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well. So are these two just breaking the fourth wall wholesale or something? I was under the impression that I was a lawyer. Oh, we'd better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's going to make it, so let's get going. Where are we going? What about the job he mentioned? This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now come on. Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming. Well, this is the Wright Anything Agency, you know. And there's no law-related work at the moment, so... Tell me again why I chose to work here. Where is Mr. Wright, anyway? Daddy said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day. Wait a second. And another day of anything goes begins at the Wright Anything Agency. Ah, and now we're going into it. Ninetales Vale, the yokai lane. Whoa, 3D modeling. So, what are we doing way up here in the mountains? This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here. Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters. Not that any of us in Los Angeles would know anything about that. Guess that explains all these weird things. Speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by Japanese immigrants? Oof. I wonder if they regret doing such a pivot to making to making the localized version in the United States. Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over at the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here. In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy. Daddy said that with those horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. Damn, Trucy. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly? I could do without the thoughtfulness like that. Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way. Alright. Guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden. Ha! So any place you haven't been so far gets done up in mystery. Wonder what these icons over here mean. I'm guessing this means you're currently here. This one means there's stuff to see. Nothing gets you an answer online like being confidently wrong out loud. QB Manor in the garden. Wow, this place is really something. It definitely feels like a different world here. Trucy. Hello, friend. Jinxie! And this is my friend, Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here. 2 horns. A love of red. Are you a demon? Wonder if she calls him an Oni in the original translation. Eat your burgers, Apollo. Exactly. I wonder if people realize when they make something so iconic that we quote it decades later. No! I'm Apollo Justice, a lawyer. He is a demon! What the... To be fair, lawyers and demons can be considered the same thing to certain people. Be gone, foul beast! You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space on your forehead. Good lord! Apollo has just been stun-locked in an infinite combo of verbal jabs ever since we started this chapter. What is this thing? Now I know how Zhang-Shi feels. It's a warding charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds. But I'm not a monster. I just realized that whenever Apollo talks, the warding charm moves because he's talking into it. It's floating over his mouth. That is beautiful. Best girl Jinxie. Just like how we had a best girl in the last chapter, and now we have the best girl here. There's nothing overlapping with that. What you talking about? Maybe I should have told you you're a good demon. Or you could just say I'm human. The Red Demon, emissary of the underworld. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now? So you can eat me? I'm not going to eat you. Forgive me, oh terrible one. Tone down your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits. Don't worry. I'm already full. Please stay that way. Hey, now I'm playing along too. Tell me about this place. So, what did I ask you about Ninetales Vale? Seriously? I just got this thing off. Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally. Starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself. If you are, then you're resistant to warding charms. This makes you one of the more powerful demons. I have food if you're hungry. This isn't working. You won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight. If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look. Unnecessary roughness. I'll have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human. Okay. I have so many options. I guess the answer is my, my attorney's badge. I wanted to show you this. What is it? It's my attorney's badge. You see, I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer. Even worse. Really? You're a lawyer? Ugh. Maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon. Does it protect you from Enmadaio's judgment? Who's Enmadaio? I read somewhere that he's the demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh. I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly. Can I go back to just being a normal demon? Please. Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I'd prefer a Tucker's bath if possible. The Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath? Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir, have mercy on my soul. I told you I'm not a demon. And Truce, you're just making things worse. You just leave that Enmadaio to me. Isn't that great, Jinxie? Uh-huh. I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife. Will someone tell these two I'm human already? Hey! It got refreshed, meaning now we can have proper conversation. So, Jinxie, I hear this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. Barely anyone had ever heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists. Really? So, the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival? It was the alderman's idea. But I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Ninetales Vale. Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something? Uh-huh. And they're hungry too. Man-eating monsters, and they're all over the place. Uh-huh. In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the Ding Dong Demon! Alright then. Alright. We're just not doing phrasing. We're not even 15 minutes in and phrasing is just out the window. How else could you explain it? Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch. Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. the demon Tenmataro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro? The Forbidden Chamber? Tell me! About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true? Uh-huh. He's a super evil demon named Tenmataro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Look at this scroll! Tenmataro is the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary. So, that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber. Uh-huh. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and locked away forever. So, you're saying Tenmataro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe, because there's a really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it shut tight. What a charming security system. Mods ban Apollo. You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me chills, so... thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. A scroll depicting the demon Tenmataro and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Wonder how that's gonna play into the coming trials. Because you know it will. Chekhov's scroll. So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie? Yes. They are to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them. Evil things? Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there forever. Got it? Because Apollo was so inclined to taking them off, he was just reaching right for them. By the way, if you were to actually do that, you know, in any shrine and you see someone wearing something and you reach for it, you could possibly get arrested. Wonder what would happen if I did take them off. Apollo, no! No intrusive thoughts. It's time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie. You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun. Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright. Ah! Oh, hello. Demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit. Right? Tenmataro! Tenmataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber? Apollo just opens the scroll, looks at the guy, scroll, guy, scroll, guy, scroll, guy. I think I see it. Please don't hurt me. Be gone, be gone! Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away! Charm, charm, charm! Where's that die and go to heaven charm? Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time. She sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that! Lower your eyes! He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Eh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro! Now what? Look, Apollo! There's somebody up on the roof! Who is it? Who's my goat gonna be? I'm a sucker for corny superheroes and just fighters for justice in general. That booming laugh, could it be? My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. I am... Oh my god, it's King. The golden lord of yokai, the amazing 9 tails is here. Hell yeah. We just went from Phoenix Wright to Tekken. Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro. Oh, they call him wrestler? Oh yeah, he is a wrestler. So he's kind of luchador coded as well. A man after my own heart. I love corny superheroes, and I like luchadors as a aesthetic, so I'm having a good time right now. Hooray! It's the amazing 9 tails! Up to your no good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Yeah! My god, you punched him out of existence. There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace. Thank you, Mr. Amazing 9 tails, sir. Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish awaits. And then he just jumps straight into the air until he leaves eyesight. What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? Looks like he came out of the Alderman's Manor. That was the amazing 9 tails. He's a pro wrestler from right here in 9 Tails Vale. But no one knows his true identity. Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was all that about him banishing Tenmataro? That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the 9 Tails Fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. But the amazing 9 Tails did the honors this year. So, that was the big surprise, huh? The amazing 9 Tails and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats your boat. Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me. She's a strange one, alright? I think she's sweet in her own special way. Knowing Trucy, she probably has a lot of friends who are sweet in their own way. Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of 9 Tails Vale while we're here. The fun never stops, does it? Damn, Apollo. Tone down that slash S, will you? Back to Kyubi Manor. I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale. I know, because my wallet's running on empty. Look, there's a moth. What's with all the commotion over there? Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay. It's terrible. Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon, Tenmataro, he killed Alderman Kyubi. Oh, this escalated. What? Wait, killed as in dead? Yes, and Tenmataro did it. Tenmataro? You stay here while I go have a look. Please, wait. Huh? It's a Tenmataro warning charm. It should protect you, but please be careful. The alderman's in the fox chamber at the top of the main staircase. Okay, got it. Ah, I got my warning charm. Now nothing can hurt me. When I set out for the scene of the crime. I'm gonna bet it actually works. Just because these things happen. The cynic always gets put in their place. Oh boy, we get animated. We really get animated murder scenes.
Are you all right? Who are you? Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Oh wow. That surround sound was so effective, I actually thought I heard sirens. In the outside. The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead. But there was one other person there, and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. Apollo was the only one there. Well, I guess if the yokai was said to have killed the guy, no one would want to be in that room. Oh, thank goodness the other man's going to be fine. Sounds like he'd only been unconscious. You think Jinxie's going to be okay? I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. Now, at least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. And I'd sure love to know what crazy animal let those feathers in tracks. Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Hi, Trucy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. Let's see if we don't need to present anything this time. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead? Uh-huh. It was Alderman QB. When I found him, he was already... So, the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive, who was he? Damien Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. Damn. The town named after the bad guy. Don't envy their position. They arrested him. So, he's the killer? Nuh-uh. The heck you mean, nuh-uh? Oh, Papa didn't kill anyone. Alright. It's getting personal. As in, your father? That's right. Jinxie's dad is mayor of Tenma Town. No way! Yes, way. But he's innocent. This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of Ninetails Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do. I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best. Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? So Alderman is a title, not a name. That's... I can't really see that being not a name. But what is an alderman anyway? Let's see here. Alderman, meaning an elected member of a municipal council, a member of a county or borough council next in status to the mayor, a noble serving the king as a chief officer in a district or shire. So, in Old English, ald is for old. Oh. And man is literally man. Aldor, Eldor. And in Old English, Aldorman is a man of high rank. So, yep. Seems like alderman is tantamount to being an elder. Caretaker for a land by election. Pretty much. What can you tell me about him? His name was Rex Cuby. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind, and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the amazing Ninetales. Or is he just straight up the Ninetales? I can imagine him actually being a spry gentleman. I mean, you know, before a former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, huh? So then, why did you come work here? It was overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetales Vale, though she's no longer with us. She loved these flowers. I always wanted to live where Ninetales flowers grew. Hold on a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, they got 9 petals. They can officially keep the name Ninetales Flower. Wow, what a beautiful flower. And with okay. I did the investigation myself, and Trucy just goes ahead and blurts it out. At least I'm investigative like that. Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai. Gotta love how they look exactly like Miles per Hour's tails. Ninetales Flower, a flower found only in Ninetales Vale. It boosts Jinxie's courage because it was her mother's favorite. Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon. Uh-huh. The warning charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door, it's been removed. The Forbidden Chamber's door? That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone. That's how Tenmataro escaped. Oh. But when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy. Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today. Between the warding charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer. So I guess this is a case of Tenmataro getting revenge on the Ninetales in spirit. Apollo, maybe this is your chance. Chance for what? To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court. Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers? You want to know what the detectives said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one. Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case. Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly. What? You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone for the rest of my life. You'll always have chat. Jinxie already lost her mother. Alright. Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me. Atta boy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man. Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Red demons are usually so mean. It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice! Is there any equivalent in the original Japanese, or is this some sort of Believe It situation where the localizers are just like, all right, we can't not do this. If we're gonna call him Apollo Justice, then we got to give him this catchphrase. Guess I ought to go and meet my new client. Oh, but before I forget, better jot this down in my notebook. Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for? Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. Guess it's what you would call a to-do list. Oh, we got a little bit more signposting, a little bit more of a direction of where to go, as opposed to all the other games. A little bit of a little nudge and a little clippy assistant. Oh, that sounds handy. To read my notes, I just open the court records with E. Then I can switch between the tabs using Q and E. Oh, I almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father. No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away. What? His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes. Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary. A paralyzing stare, laser beams from his eyes. He sounds like some kind of monster. I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done. Okay, thanks. Yep, this red plus does seem to indicate where I should go next. So I can review the notes. Yep, go meet my client. To the detention center! Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Oh, he's not as scary as he sounds. Oh, dang. He's got them crazy eyes. Well, not crazy eyes, but certainly a piercing glare. And he just gets right to the point. Definitely don't want to meet your client for the first time and claim that they have crazy eyes. I saw the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 last weekend, so I got crazy eyes on the mind. Who are you? Yikes! So, you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Let me out of here. Sorry, I get a little loud sometimes. Wow, incredibly rude. Sorry, did I do something to offend you? A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. Here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me? So he's one of those aggressively nice people. Popping in for a bit. Who's this freak of nature? That's our client. We're gonna defend this trustworthy-looking individual. Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls. so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea, and maybe some cookies too! No, wait. We can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. Alright, he's at a complete 180. This guy's great. How about you start by telling me what happened? I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? That was close. We don't need jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy. With a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested? Whoa. Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid. Excuse me? To think a public paragon as I, such as I, could be treated like this. This arrest should never have happened. Explain. I fear the ill effects of it I fear the ill effects it will have on your youth. Now I have but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait. You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Our youth just came this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman Cuby. That's why I was arrested. Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None. I hardly remember a thing, you see. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. Isn't that the man that Apollo, wasn't that the guy who was sent to the hospital? Apollo talked to him? How does Apollo not recognize this dude? Probably because of all the bandages on his head. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head. I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing. Huh. Was that kind of strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. What do the police have on you as far as the motive is concerned? Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late. Oh? Was it personal in nature? Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I have been pushing to merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town. Ha! Surrender Ninetails Vale to Tenma Town now! That's not a good look. Yikes! That's what I told him. I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for the Alderman's murder? Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cuby was dead set against the municipal merger. And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way. Curses! Mayor Tenma, are you okay? Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this. It'll work out just fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting me with me, Mayor Tenma. Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie. Yes? She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need. Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter. I shall rest a little easier then. You know, You remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about. New friends? Yes, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetales Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch, too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters. Did Jinxie make friends with a bunch of yokai without knowing that they're yokai? As soon as she said friends, that just set off my young person who doesn't know better making friends with cosmic terrors. Friends? That was more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up. Whew. Why am I so tired? Must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. A call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright. Is this supposed to be music that I recognize? Can't place it. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you? Brucey told me you'd taken on a new case. Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case? That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure, what is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. New addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar. That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today. Oh, it's La Merwa's song. Got his mom's song as his ringtone, without knowing she's his mom. That's nice. I mean, not intentionally, but it's nice and it's cute. He's still drawn to her in some way. He just doesn't know how. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait. What? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetales Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. Need you to go out and find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, better get back to Ninetales Vale quick. So the red indicator does not mean that there's something new to be found. I guess it just means that there's a new location. April 17, Ninetales Vale. Yokai Lane. I already told you. I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is. You can't fool me. You're some delinquent high school student playing hooky. You stupid pig-headed. This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know. Looks like I found Ms. Athena Sykes. Why don't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested. Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school? I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student. That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me. Ah! Get your hands off me! Uh-oh. That's assault of a police officer.
What the?
Oh, Apollo gets absolutely no luck. No respect, I tell ya. No respect. Anything goes flying in the air, it's going in Apollo's direction. You really got Mario 2'd. Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Whoops! Are you okay? I think so. But that police officer's out cold. I'm so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it? That would be me. And you are? I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Wright Agency, Anything Agency. The Wright Anything Agency? What a fishy-sounding name. Didn't you just fly on over to work there? It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Did Mr. Wright explain it to you? Asking the real questions. Oh, right, that right! So then you must be... Trucy! Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always. Oh, of course. Feel free to ask away. She flew on over to work with Phoenix Wright. The law office title never came up. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you'd think it would come up at some point. So, Athena, I hear you just passed the bar. That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me. Ha! A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18. 18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age? I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there. All I can say is... wow. She must be a genius or something. I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might help me be a better lawyer. Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work? So, tell me about our client. What are they like? Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well... where do we start? And that about sums it up. Athena is someone's wife when they see a cute animal get hurt in an animated film. The only person in the agency who likes the name is probably Trucy. I'm sure that Phoenix tolerates it. Athena is big smart. Yeah? That's for certain. He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There was something in my eye. They're called tears. Moving right along, let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number one. Well, tell me about psychology first. You mentioned studying psychology. That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system. Oh, really? So, how do you plan on using it to defend our clients? Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice. and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. Widget? This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget, baby. It talks? Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. This is getting awkward, baby. Don't worry, he'll get used to it. Now that I seriously doubt. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. Got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case? A special edition covering our case? That was quick. That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop. Rapido! Right, well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy. An airborne figure resembling Tenmataro was captured on camera around 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales Vale. Tenmataro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky? Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. Was she kind of ditzy with big glasses? The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently, that photo was shot right after the murder occurred. Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved. Wait a second. Yokai? As in one of those Japanese monsters? My God! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you? No, of course not. Now, German? Why not plain old Japanese? English? Special edition paper added to the court record. Andale, Apollo! Let's get cracking on that crime scene already. Ms. Worldwide right here. Damn! Mr. QB even kind of looks like Heihachi from that angle. Do you hear that? Sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There is a TV in that little room in the corner. In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing, according to sources close to the wrestler. Well, gee, I wonder who he actually was. It's almost as if you could see them in the same room at the same time, right at this very moment. It appears he disappeared sometimes after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today, where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape. So, that wrestler's gone missing. Hey, you two! You don't belong in here! Ah! Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them there horns of yours? Hey, look mighty suspicious if you ask me! Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to... You're them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't you? Should have reckoned with that expensive looking bracelet you got there. Name's Phineas Filch. Well, gee, I wonder if he has sticky fingers. I'm surprised that they didn't give him the name Sticky Fingers. Sean Sticky Fingers. Or Steven Sticky Fingers. There you go. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. Same here. Wow. Talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, demon lawyer, bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? Come here, little horn demon, you. Yow! These horns, I mean my hair isn't meant to threaten... Oh, no, that's Apollo. These horns, my hair, isn't meant to threaten anyone. Hey, seems like not a big waste of perfectly good horns if you ask me. And again, ain't in my business, so, that was fast. Guess he's done with me. Well, best get back to work.
Hold it!
Halt! Stop right there. Me? Apollo, your bracelet's gone. Gee, I wonder where it went. Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Now I checked the lost and found later. Somehow I don't think that will be necessary. Check your wrist right now. The catch on the bag! It was barely in the bag in the first place. That was a pretty pathetic attempt. Sorry! I'm so sorry! I just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Oh, yeah, he totally looks like he's sorry. Sheesh. I almost feel sorry for him now. What should we do about him, Apollo? Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seems sorry enough, so stop that. You're freaking me out with that owl neck of yours. I know you'd understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as a wad of cash in your wallet, I hope. You'll leave my wallet out of this. Hoo-hoo! Hey, did you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away! In the hills! Get back here, you! Talk about a quick escape. Looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer. You left his shoes behind, too. The guy is the living definition of a bumbling thief. Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them. They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where their caretaker got them. Crime scene diagram added to the court record. The scene of the crime. And the foyer diagram, including the office used by caretaker Phineas Filch. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Damn. Things went down here. How come the door isn't open, though? Did he just slip through like a gaseous feature? Whoa. Where'd all the black feathers and weird tracks come from? The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro. You mean the great evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. And who are you? Are you at the police? I asked first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Under arrest? But save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. Please wait. We're Mayatenma's lawyers. Well, why didn't you say so? You're the lawyers I'd heard about. Ha ha ha! I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. Is this the gumshoe of this game? That's not gumshoe. Well, it's not gumshoe or the not gumshoe, as in he is the gumshoe that isn't actually gumshoe. He is. I gotcha. heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, it's "In justice we trust." Well, you're gonna love me. Ooh boy, that guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for you? That is a phrase. In justice we trust. Ha! That's good. So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not! No unauthorized personnel allowed! Couldn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Yikes, is he reaching for his... In justice we trust! It's just his badge. You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line. Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. Bet he's as dense as heroes come. Alright, roll persuasion, Athena. Match your charisma against his. You're gonna need to beat an 18. You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody is crossing the line without authorization. I am a wall of justice, keeping injustice, that would be you, at bay. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice and me, you say? That's right. Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? Or at it, who's on first? What? No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No, it can't be! You have him on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too. Sure, but only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Ah! Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do? I think we really got to him. Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go. Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact, tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all that about authorized personnel only, this is surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or should I let them through? Whose justice is more just? Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right? The search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? So you move the cursor with WASD, and change our perspective with bad manners. Is there a particular spot you want to examine? Just give it a tap. Okay, leave no stone unturned. No errons commencer. Let's get started. Alright, Athena, first order of business, scan the area for magical traces. What? Wrong game? This one's a spear. What about this one? Looks like a giant pair of pliers. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once. Really? What were they used for? Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Ugh! Pulling out tongues. Stop it, baby! Oh, and You should see what they can do to a person's eyes. Okay, I get the idea. I'm sure this thing is a simple can opener or something like that. Demons eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people. Let's see. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side. So it's B. Well. Oh wow, you can see it from multiple different angles. Not just two of them. So, that's where Alderman QB's body was found. Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it. That's not good. Never fear! Detective Fulbright is here! Yikes! Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... in the name of justice, I must say goodbye! What was that all about? No, I just realized... he's basically Arthur from Fire Emblem. There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and... freeze! Ugh. No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth. And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust! That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more. The more we get to know her, the scarier she gets. I hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Looks like a large blood-stained cloth. The blood's probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. Why does this seem important? Ooh. Importante! Let's see. Oh, is this the charm that fell off? They're really going for the eyes, baby! The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro is imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open? It's worth a try. I guess we'll never know. Don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless. In justice we trust. Ugh. Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either. So, an unopenable door. Right. According to Ms. Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene. Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. Defective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful. Ah! Forget I just said that! So, the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I better keep in mind. Look! This statue has only one tail. Maybe it's a nine-tailed fox's sidekick. I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So, if you had two Apollo, I'd only have one? Wait, what? Not that it means you're better than me. Got it? Like I said, what? Thought I saw something I could look at. No. Wow, this is a pricey looking chair. Apparently, the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it. Really? Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings. So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? That stinks, baby! Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. Alright. Let's see things from a new perspective. Look, trophies. Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman Cubing. The Amazing Ninetales Yokai Division winner. Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament. Yokai Division? Didn't even know you could have a division of one. Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. Damn. That's a good one. If not, then Estelle can have it. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, a demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the Mayor Manor's caretaker, Phineas Filch? This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. Ooh, I got the best idea. You should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch. Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know. What if it turns out he actually is magical? That'd be hilarious if he actually was a Tanuki, and it had absolutely nothing to do with the case. Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. There's something missing from this Tanuki. Anyways, this is shiny. Huh. What do we have here? I'm onto you. You're secretly a clock, aren't you? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out. Be careful, Apollo. It's got blood on it. Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the Alderman's blood. How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood? Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? Hey, Apollo sure belted out a nice scream when he first saw the scene of the murder. You were just late, Athena. Depicts Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox locked in battle. Yeah, this is what clocked Tenma over the head. Ooh, what's behind here? The first rule of hide and seek. Check behind the door. Another Tanuki! Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anybody put something there? Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Maybe it was jinxing. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and came running here in a panic. Wow, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology, too. I am. Wow, you really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of the Wright Anything Agency. I can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now, if Trucy says something like that, I immediately know she was messing with me. Let's see. What else can we find over here? Oh, guess we can look at this clock. Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there? Unsteady and restless. That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, that was some kind of psychological test? My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not far off the mark. Oh, guess we can look at this. Oh, that's the thing that I needed to turn around to look more at. It's a folding screen. Wonder what they were using it for. I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Athena, baby. I'd hug you, but I don't have any arms. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. Alright. Let's look over the entire rest of this room. A window? Windows are usually important. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Lao Mirwa? Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo. There's something caught in the window frame. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. Must be from some kind of animal. Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? It's long and soft and appears to be from some sort of animal. Or maybe it came from the amazing Ninetail. Guess that's about wraps it up. If only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows. Hey, Apollo, do you hear something? I don't hear anything. Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice. In justice we trust! Ha ha ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct. I heard it through the air ducts? Yeah, check it out. Right up here. But why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through here and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears. What a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something. Ha ha ha! May cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. But maybe if they had a step ladder. I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you? I guess you're right. Speaking of things in this room, yes? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need. Oh no! I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of the enemy's hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard? Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto, to serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto. Yes, of course! I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information in the name of justice. We did it, Apollo. Yeah, we did it all right. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Tell me, baby. Was it Ms. Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene? That's right. And this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Damn. To see her father splayed out in the chair like that. Ms. Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access. A key? So then the Fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Ms. Tenma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Cubey didn't have a key to the Fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Dun-dun-dun. Disappeared? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Ms. Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha ha ha! You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls. A real Masahiro Sakurai over here. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Damn! Apollo dishing it out. Bloody footprints and black feathers scattered on top of blood. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you? What's the name of the creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. Our prime suspect would, no doubt, love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Not as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. I mean, what are they trying to imply? That Mayor Tenma is actually Tenma Taro? Possibly. They're not only trying to indict him for murder, for being a real live demon. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect? That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking too. You can tell Athena was made for these models. Reasonable. She did debut in this game. She doesn't have any previously existing animations. So, you can just tell that all the new characters, they have no pre-existing material to try and adapt from. So everyone who is previously existing, yeah, they're gonna try to emulate that. But everyone who came in new, we got a little bit more leeway. Literally demonizing him. And he's really scary looking too. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yep, other than the victim, the suspect, and Ms. Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet, just living up to his name, I guess. We should talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all. She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I'll admit it looks bad, but I'm not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. Oh yeah, we haven't met the prosecutor of this game yet. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial? That's the one. He's... how shall I put it? Not what you'd expect. That is, unless you've faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. What? Is that some kind of joke? There's a prosecutor in this one. Oh, it's... isn't it the really scary monochromatic guy? I have absolutely... I can see the face, but I don't know the name. Can I ask why a man imprisoned for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Blackwell, that's it. Yes. Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so... none of us are in position to question the matter! Ha ha ha! This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackquill, would he? There you go. Bingo! Simon Blackquill! So you have heard of him. You could say that. What's that supposed to mean? Oh! The classic Ace Attorney trouble baseline. Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also had to do with the effect his crime had on things. Explain. His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. Okay, everyone's just calling it the dark age of the law now. Glad to know that everything Phoenix worked for in the previous game just came to such fruition. What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow? Ha ha ha! Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright. I have been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. Oh no! I hadn't even noticed! Why am I barefoot? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier... Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes! Yes, they are! My favorite pair, in fact! Thank you for bringing them to me! You must truly be on the side of justice! Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from the detective. Stealing shoes right off someone's feet? That's... I'm not even mad, that's impressive! I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. This is just awful. Terrible, I say. Somebody help! Oh, look, it's Mr... What was it again? Finch? No, no, no! Your name's Filch! Phineas Filch! Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's just terrible! Terrible, I tell you! Come quick! Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Uh-oh. Oh, look at this. Was this mask thrown out the window, and that's how the hair got caught on the windowsill? Looks like some kind of mask. It's the Amazing Ninetales mask! The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right. The wrestler who appeared during the festival's special event. What's his mask doing here? He'd never take off a mask like this! Someone must have killed him! What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Amazing Ninetales mask added to the court record. A mask that washed up by the riverside. There's white hair inside. My goodness! What white-haired professional wrestlers do we know? There's just so few of them. So, what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered? You wanna know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't you? Yes. I mean, no. I mean, just tell me, please. And it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me and my bear's mask, and you and that demon mask of yours. A demon mask? I wonder if I could make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... Why'd I let him pull me off topic like that? He's even stealing your attention span. Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Ninetales murder already. Amazing Ninetales is our village savior. Don't you forget it. His trademark's gold cape made to look like a 9 foxtails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down 10 Mattel wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales' veil in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. Huh. The Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. Wow, look at this detail. Where if he tilts far enough, his hat starts to go off and he pushes it back on. I really like doing stuff with their models in this one. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the amazing Ninetales. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea? Check your pocket. Hey, how'd you do that? Keep it. I got lots more. Slide a hand, baby. The amazing Ninetales glossing. A photo of the hero who sparked the monster craze and saved Ninetales Town from becoming a ghost town. So you keep saying that the amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Tell me! Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up alongside the river outside? Yeah, it's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. Word around Ninetales Vale is he was killed by Tenmataro. You villagers really are so superstitious, aren't you? Here we are. We love conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot. That's quite a number we've got here. What do you mean, number? Oh! I don't look at my concurrent viewers. Hello, everybody. Guess everyone really likes their Phoenix Wright. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're being nice and well entertained. If anyone wants to introduce themselves, go right on ahead. I'm just gonna keep on doing the funny voices and playing the illegal sim visual novel. Goodness me. The mayor of Tenmatown? What is he plotting? Rumor has it, he's planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control. That's quite a tale. Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who can stop the mayor. Our hero, the amazing Ninetales. It is kind of interesting how he looks and acts like such a villain, and apparently he had villainous intent to release like this big evil guy, but he's our client and he's supposedly innocent of this murder. So I'm interested to see how this develops, because by all intents and purposes, he does look like someone who would commit the murder. Or at least be some sort of red herring, not the client. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenmatown and stop the municipal merger. That is a good question. Why did he want to merge the towns? Was Tenmatown really in dire straits or something? Maybe Ninetales Vale was taking a lot of business and economy from Tenmatown. Anyways, Apollo couldn't make this stuff up if he tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the Alderman's murder, remember? About the Alderman's murder. Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder? I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance, like Mr. Cubey said I should. Now I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work. Must be talking about this small room in the upper right. Definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from here. And do you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch? Yeah, I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenmazade. Lord LaBelle's his name. Well, gee, that is a very recognizable silhouette. It's Mr. Crowler from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Sheesh. Anybody want to, did y'all just stumble upon this stream through Discovery? Or did someone post this stream up on Reddit or something? I am very curious to know. So, the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder? It was you the whole time. You didn't see a soul pass by. If anyone did, there's a security camera would have spotted them. So, no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, do you think this mask is the real deal? Without a doubt. This here's the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing. Huh. Then this places the mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger and has some history with professional wrestling. What is it that Edgeworth would say at times like this? No way. Could the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be half-brothers? Something wrong, Apollo? You used to see the look in your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Golden fur reattached the amazing Ninetales' mask. Might have been at the crime scene, white hair inside. We're done here? We're done here. Everyone check your pockets. Make sure your jewelry is still on. And just make sure you backpedal out of the doorway so that Filch doesn't snatch you up there. Where is Jinxie? She back in Yokai Lane? Well, we got typewriter, so I did something right. Oh, look, there's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. A charm to make a better milkshake, and another to cure my lactose intolerance. Oh no. That has all of the, there's this one legendary like Tumblr or Reddit post where someone was like allergic to something. He just stabs himself with his EpiPen and says, "I'm going to die." that's the energy that I'm getting from here. Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me. It's the demon lawyer. Another warding charm. Apollo? Who is she? Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... hello. My name is Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, too. Where's Trucy? Not surprised she's not freaking out at Widget right now. Is that a yokai at your neck? She went back to the office ahead of us. Don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Wait, how do I know you didn't... that you didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up. I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Oh, poor little Trucy. I'm about ready for some frustration tears myself. She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo? Well, The fact that Athena isn't buying into Jinxie, and she's not berating Apollo for setting Jinxie off, already makes her an upgrade from Trucy. Then again, there is a bit of a maturity upgrade there, so different dynamics. The incident! Tell me, do you remember any more of what happened? Not much. At least, not yet. But you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival. I don't know anything about that. Oh! Jinx is being a little evasive. Then again, yeah? I mean, the fact that she's part of the Tenma family implies that there has to be some non-zero connection to what's going on. Let you hide, Jinxie. But you said Tenmataro murdered the alderman. It's okay. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me. Oh, what was that for? People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters. Oh, no. To go from completely superstitious to completely unbelieving, that's a cold turkey 180. What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human. No, you're still a demon. I give up. Seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenmataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm. That's... You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right? That's true. But if there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too. Alright then. Tenmataro did it? Question mark? I'm Ron Burgundy. Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer? I saw him. Saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro is right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me. Huh. Apparently he's going straight for the window. Or maybe not the window. It's hard to tell. No, that's not a window. That's like a pillar in the hallway. What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. He was running right at me. Okay, so she wasn't actually at the scene of the crime. She left the scene of the crime, went to the phone, and so... Interesting. I was paralyzed with fear, but there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me, toward the foyer. Toward the foyer? The foyer? Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too. Sounds like we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Apollo? Remember the picture in the paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. Wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as supernatural stuff. Isn't that right, Magical Bracelet? Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too. I'm going down the list. I know I'm pivoting from one place to another, but might as well. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the Amazing Ninetales' true identity? Uh-huh. They say no one's ever seen him without his mask. Doesn't that make you want to know even more? Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponents are so popular. Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? Ah, you even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, the unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's got to be a story behind it. No one can stop the Amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. How long is Apollo gonna hold that one in his back pocket? About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound. Okay. Oh yeah, that staff has a bunch of rings on it. That would make a jangly sound. Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff? Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown in the scroll. How about in other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff? This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Really? The only known document? Nothing else historical? Nothing more modern? Just this one scroll? I mean, there's a statue. Statues don't count as documents. I guess not. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever There's my answer. I keep on asking these real questions while the answer is right on screen. So nobody depicts Tenmataro because they would get cursed. Well, good on whoever made that scroll. Is printing a copy of the scroll considered depicting Tenmataro? Is this do people just constantly take hits from this curse just to keep knowledge of him alive? And what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Yeah, the sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like seems those who foolishly choose to depict the demon are cursed. Jinxie's statement, added to the court record, eyewitness accounts of the demon in the hallway says it fled toward the foyer. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Whoa! Well, good, because Mr. LaBelle sounds like such a trustworthy individual. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's aide? Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. What exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions? They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't, because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Why is everyone hiding their faces? Yep, this flashback. You'll steal your soul if you're not careful. the guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing. Apollo, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale. Why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. Monster of a mystery. Last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno! Next stop, the Manor Foyer. With any luck, you'll be there waiting for us. Boy, they really take out a whole lot of the movement in this game, don't they? I've been auto-moved from location to location about, I don't know, 3 to 5 times already. Guess they really want to... They just really want to streamline this. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Tenmatown Pro Wrestling, Howling Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Well, shoot. Now I want to know what this Pretty Boy Vampire looks like. Blow by Blow commentary by Timothy Twilight. Athena says, looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch. What can we do for you? I bet she was going to scream monster, which isn't really much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me. What business you got with my TV listings? Oh, no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of rank amateurs, though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. TV listings added to the court record. The afternoon wrestling match was a total disaster. I almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Tenmataro! So you did see him? Yeah. My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, sir, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I bet you shine up every day real birdie-like. Ladies must love it. Don't change the subject. And for your information, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattering. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee toward the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were there. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? Well. The final player has joined the fight. That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend anymore. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir! And you are? I am Florent LaBelle. Beau Divine and personal aide to Mayor Damien Tenma. Beau Divine? More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. I wouldn't be surprised if every character is intentionally yokai inspired. Oh, excuse you. Oh, that flower is perfume. What the heck was that for? Oh, it was just a little cologne. Yeah, cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis LaBelle. Ah, what a heavenly scent. Yeah, I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know, that is brand number 5, Bonjour. Has no... I was about to say, has nothing on, what was it? What's the lipstick from SpongeBob, Coral number 9 or something like that? But makeup and cologne are 2 different things, I think. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy. Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. Keeping Jinxie quiet. Yeah, that is true. You told her to keep quiet. That's awfully sussy of you. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why, that little... So, she told you she saw that demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village's superstitions? Oh, please! I was merely trying to keep the traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? What do you think, talking bracelet? Actually, the bracelet never talked. It's just magical. Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't say... Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right. I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you. Got him. I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Alright. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi? Those last 2 sentences rhymed, and I don't know what to do with this information. To think you'd suspect me of all people. Oh no, it's just a formality. Oh my god! How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Just like that spritz really helped. What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filchy. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were in this here foyer. Well, took you a little bit of time to find those words, Filch. Exactly. Good answer, Filchy. Good answer. Yes, repeating what you tell you. All right, repeating what you told him to say, huh? Oh boy. I'd say that the mask is slowly slipping off, but hey, LaBelle is probably covered in so much rouge that it would probably constitute a mask. You've said quite enough. What is with these 2? Great, now he's got me talking like that. Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Right. Well, thanks for your help. So, these 2 were in the foyer, but didn't see Tenmataro. Come along, Filchy. Where are we going? Oh, right! We gotta practice them statements for tomorrow. Apes, my eyes! You're gonna dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange. Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro. Didn't need to be a master psychologist to figure that one out. Really? How can you tell? Well, it is kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. And my ears can pick up on even the subtlest tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenmataro. The thought of Tenmataro? Well, yeah. We saw in the intro that he straight up wanted to release Tenmataro. So maybe LaBelle is in Tenmataro's thrall. That's what I picked up on his voice anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that. We should go talk to the mayor, too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro. True enough. If those two both wanted to release Tenmataro, then why the stabby? Well, the stabby was done to the Ninetales Veil guy. Well, we'll see. Some wrong, Apollo? Where'd your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, I'll bet he'll just go right along and say it out loud. And proud for the people in the back. Oh, he's here. ... It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Genesis's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro. Why would you call him that? Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you, too. Glad you didn't mind Athena calling him my completely wrong name. Apollo, he's just as kind and gentle looking as I'd imagined. Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to ask you about. There are rumors going around about how you want or did set Tenmataro free. What utter nonsense! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. Interestingly enough, his people skills were actually pretty on point. Well, his tone wasn't, but the words he was saying were. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you. That's the talk around town, is it? I can see how that would make you angry. What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once! Her tormentors must be taught a lesson! No, wait. First we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie! Daddy's coming to save you! Relax! We'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free! Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself. Oh boy! They'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at school. Oh, right, I should ask about the reason behind the merger. Seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Uh-oh. Apollo's about to do Apollo Justice stuff. Here comes Justice! Am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense, because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, you believe me? Just like that? Sure. Each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah. Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. We're in good company now. Still, what do you think the mayor's lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet. R. Right, now let's give it a whirl. We're working our way towards a gotcha. Man, that is such an amazing tie he has. I'm jealous of his drip. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. Using the testimony theme from Apollo Justice. Looks like that's become the Empowered Eye theme. Empowered Eye is from Tyrion Cuthbert. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in the statement he just made, and when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. His right eye, huh? Ah, he's switching. I've got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Just gotta pour over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. Let's see. Waiting for that twitch. Quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Oh. Yep. So it's an attractive prize, but not in terms of tourism. Wonder what it actually is a prize for. Mr. Mayor. Ah, and here's the Balatro background on cue. Please, you can trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense of this? So what if it did? Please, tell us more about your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism! The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so... You felt it would be an attractive price for tourism, but that would contradict this. Alright, let's safety save. Although, I don't think I need to safety save. Alright, but that would contradict this. What would it contradict? Let's see here. TV listings said that the monster craze. Photo of the box chamber. Let's see. Soul document showing what Tenmataro looks like. See, are cursed. Tenmataro warding charm. The flower. Newspaper with a photo of Tenmotaro soaring through the air. So I need to prove that Ninetales Vale is not good for like tourism. I mean, you felt that it'd be an attractive. What's the history again? You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so you felt it'd be an attractive prize for tourism, though it contradicted this. The demon in the hallway near the crime scene. I mean, the Amazing Ninetales was the one who kicked off the monster craze. So let me see. TV listings. The afternoon wrestling match. That's the that's that. That's the Fox and Demon statue. A newspaper with a photo. Airborne figure resembling Tenmataro. What proves that it'd be an attractive price for tourism? Is it? I can't believe it. The first present of the stream, and I am actually not completely sure of what I'm supposed to be presenting here. This is where I drop numbers, isn't it? All right. Let's see. Is it yeah, the Amazing Ninetales. Let's see. The monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the Amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. Yeah, that's the thing about me, is that I always consider the most obvious piece of evidence too obvious, and I look around for other things. It's an Ace Attorney thing. The village was practically a ghost town before that. That's right. It's even in the description. It saved Ninetales Vale from becoming a ghost town, but what I thought was it was no longer a ghost town. That's why it made it attractive for tourism. So the logic evades me just the slightest bit. So you see, you could have possibly seen it as an attractive price for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, we broke through. Why the merger? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Explain. I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger, or my Jinxie dies. What? My thoughts exactly, Apollo. What? How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know. Whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had all the motive in the world. Why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protests won't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Ugh. Could it be... What if there was another reason for the murder? Like what? Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme. What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time I used it. Yep. I wondered just how long Apollo would keep that in his back pocket. So, let's go ahead and present this mask to mask. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Nine-Tails' mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex Cubing, the amazing Nine-Tails himself. No way! The alderman was impossible. Wait, come to think of it, Alderman Cubie was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer, we discovered the alderman's secret identity. Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Nine-Tails was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman Cubie had taken part in it, if you get my drift. What is it with all the most interesting characters dying? Man! This is absurd. Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed Alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Well, that was very efficient of him to just book it. Apollo, do you really think that Tenma Taro and Jinxie saw as the killer? I don't know. All I know is that there's no such thing as monsters. What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenma Taro to do their dirty work? Come on! There wasn't any Tenma Taro to release in the first place. Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai. They'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see the look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, you alright? I'm fine. I'll think of something. I'd better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow's going to be one doozy of a trial. A doozy indeed. And I'm going to be right there with you. Sweating it in front of, like, 30 plus people. Glad to have you all on board, by the way. Next chapter, let's go. April 18th, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby, number 3. Getting real fidgety there, Athena. You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case, after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Ah! Did you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. Is scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here. That's right. Here, I'll go first, then you try. I am Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Alright, I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. I think that actually worked. Wow. Someone actually bought into someone's, dorkiness. How wholesome. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. Proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. Hey, there's Dad. What's with all the racket, you two? Oh, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was just thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. Oh, this is before before he gets his badge back. That's all? That's huge news, but why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. We can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But, wow. Oh, dang! Hobo Hodo in 3D. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah. He's serving time, but before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. Heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he can make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. It is incredible to see the familiar Phoenix Wright animations, 1 in 3D, and 2 from the front, because he's been showing all of his animations, the one where he's nervous and now the one where he's thinking. It's great. I know this game is over a decade old, but I hadn't played it. Like I said, I resisted pure digital media as long as I could. So, you must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They'll also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ugh! It was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Your life might be in danger. Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes! Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So, you all ready? Might be a good idea to check the court records again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low. That's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice! Here comes justice! Hey, you sound like Fulbright there. Alright. Time to get a face full of black quill. I like these title cards. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise! Court court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. I'd know a big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who's the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent! Makes an old man feel young again. Now, for the prosecution. Uh-oh. Blackwell's about to make an entrance. Because the prosecution isn't not ready yet. Never fear, or I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time. Let me guess. He didn't commit the murder in cold blood. He had noble intentions, didn't he? Oh, good night, Matthew. You meeting friends early tomorrow? Have a good time. You're so full of beans. Anyone remember that old Game Grumps animation? Anime intro?
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
Yup. Yeah, we're totally getting into the mystery of who he murdered and why. And like I said, I'm suspecting that his murder was with noble intentions.
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
So, is he being a prosecutor because he's an inmate? Or, well, he was a prosecutor beforehand. Oh boy. Monochromatic Shoto Todoroki up in here. He doesn't even give me the time of day when he first comes in. If he wasn't shut away for murder, he'd be in jail for aura farming. Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Is the prosecution ready? Oh man, he isn't a complete edgelord. He's gonna take joy in dismantling us. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Oh, of course! Forgive me! No. Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. What's the matter? Must we continue to fritter away time like this? Is it all right there in the indictment? An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Oh, well... Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. Quoting a character named Matthew. Ah, I see. Still an edgelord? Probably. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? Who? Me? Is a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? All dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren? All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of Ninetails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenmatown, is accused of this murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive. The elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So, in a nutshell, I have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright, like your head. Flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Here we go. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I'm the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. ... It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around like Blackwell. Oh! Fulbright! Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. How are they not pointing out Apollo's name whenever he talks about justice? Because, Apollo could just easily say, little did you know, but justice will prevail. I mean, easily both of their catchphrases could be here comes justice, about the murder. Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Interesting. Do we know if there are any... statue that was at the crime scene. Oh wait, do we have an autopsy report? Well, we'll figure that out when we get to the testimony. Alderman Cuby had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Ah, here it is. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death, around 3:20 p.m. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. So then, what? Like, if he jolted awake, then how come he was in? If he was in drug-induced slumber at the time of death, where is your case that he jolted up and he stabbed him? And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is this even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. And they just have to pop their personal mitigations and they regain health. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. And so your life is spared. For now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Ha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. Well, that's a bold claim. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree, your baldness? The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. He has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. Mayor's a strange one, all right. I already went to a blood drive instead of donating and tried to make a withdrawal. I guess we might as well add vampires to the list of monsters in this case. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court! Your baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again... Why is Blackwell able to get the blackout screen? I thought only the defense were able to get that. Perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. Ugh! The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement. I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Ooh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. I just realized that Widget's interface turns the... instead of Widget turning the color of her emotion, now the interface does. Unless he did at the same time, I wasn't looking. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself, despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Okay. I was about to say, if the mayor did it, then wouldn't his prints be there? Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Let's go. We're getting into the gameplay about the murder. Once again, I have to vibe to the testimony thing. Tense. Alright, murder with a spear that had been on the wall. That's... no, can't fight against that. The fingerprints were of Damien Tenma. That seems to be locked in place. Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he ingested. Attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed his statue and struck back. Yeah, that's going to be a point of contention here. Let's see what you have to say about that. Could he have really attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear? Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged, then speared, was answered with a righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wits flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. Yeah. Where are the fingerprints? That's my guess. Alright, let's see what we got. 9%. Yep, where are the fingerprints, baby? Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue is supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory. There are no fingerprints, Your Honor. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence, and if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Ooh, Apollo Justice theme. Glowed up for the 3DS. Or maybe it's even glowed up for the HD port. I remember watching the trailer for Ace Attorney 4 over and over and over again, and this music has just been imprinted in my soul. Love it so much. Ah, this can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man? I don't know why, but the diorama effect of Apollo not moving is just amusing to me. While the camera swivels around. You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse! Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. Brilliant deduction. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox chamber? Exactly. This could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? Least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unknown blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It'll take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood is the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Own your mind, boy. Why was there blood in that cloth? Solve that riddle, and you shall see that but the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used? Let's see here. By QB as a head covering, to wipe up blood, to wrap the statue. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Nah, it was nothing. You realize you're feeding into his hands. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? I did. Right. That was a statue wrapped in cloth. What leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Oops. Ugh. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor, wrapped in a large cloth, 2 pages. What's this other page? The statue had traces of blood from the defendant, Damien Tenma, on it. It was apparently wrapped in a large cloth, on which the defendant's blood was also found. No fingerprints could be lifted from the cloth. The defendant's blood? Yeah, but how did the mayor's blood get on there then? Let me look at the crime scene again. Yeah. Oh, we'll figure that out when we get there. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly owned his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at that time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kind of attached to that whole phrasing. Now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why did I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please, illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer. The real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with the statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Imagine scraping stone as I slowly turn my head toward Athena. This was the plot point that we did not want to pursue, Athena. No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Oh, the good faces on Athena. She was made for this game. Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch. You meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? Not from a yokai, but from someone wearing the yokai suit. Because there was a person in a yokai suit at the celebration, and Jinxie saw someone in a yokai suit running away. So, not the yokai, someone in a suit. No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. Why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Oi, fool Bright. Explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and the why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean, you can explain all that? Ha ha ha! Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Funny. Very well. Let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. Indeed. What's going to be the contradiction here? Feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. so he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears? Absolutely! He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that Alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon, Tenmataro, that is. Who? Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black feathered demon, and thus were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is as much a more likely suspect than a legendary demon.
Objection.
Huh. Blackquill does not have an edgelord voice. He sounded a little bit like Edgeworth. So then, if he sounds like Edgeworth, it would be an edgy voice. The voice I'm doing for Fulbright, is that one for my repertoire or one that I'm doing specifically for him? Have I done my corny superhero voice before? Could have sworn I used it for The Amazing Ninetales just earlier. I mean, we don't often come across corny defenders of justice. But yes, it is one for my repertoire. You like it? Dullard, you're playing right into the killer's mind games. Nani? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection.
Did you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection.
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright! Right! It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The Amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetalesvale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. I wonder if we're ever going to know about any of these inmates that he's talking about, or if he's just bringing things up out of nowhere. The innocent of heart are the easiest to prey. You don't say! Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Why do I get the feeling that what Black Quill just told us has something to do with the murder he commit that got him into jail in the first place? Yes, well, now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. The reason you asked is because you heard someone mentioning a Fulbright in reference to a Trails from Zero character, and you believe this is the Fulbright he referenced. Whenever I get around to it, you should use my Fulbright voice for that character. I mean, if he has the same sort of personality as Fulbright, absolutely. Feathers and tracks. Alright, this entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition in the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Hold it!
Let's get more information. But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Cuby? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees with me there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman Cuby's secret identity. Apollo? I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This isn't good. The patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the Amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my! But why would it have been there? Oh no, he turned around, he's going in for the kill. The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex Cuby, was the Amazing Ninetales. Oh no, he got the action lines. And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for the murder. No! Doing all these gruff voices, doing a number on me. Order! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear! What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Huh. Does it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. Oh, the prosecution was holding on to the blackmail letter. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman Cuby's pocket. What? At present, the alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the alderman's murder? Wait, did he say that the wife was being threatened? I thought that it was the daughter. That might come up later. You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the alderman's pocket? It's possible. We don't have any proof that's what happened. Talk about being up a creek without a paddle. Blackmail letter added to the court record. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. Let me see the rest of this letter. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. Yeah. I thought the wife was dead, but now Blackwell is telling us that the wife is still alive and in the hospital. Because this is Headward versus Tenma's. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So, it was the amazing Ninetales' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. I don't know what I'm supposed to gain from this, but let's press it.
Hold it!
So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after? Absolutely! And then he was knocked out cold by the alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that. Something's not right here. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. Ugh. You have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it on the mayor. We're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? How indeed? Well, let's take a look at the, let's take a look at our evidence here. Alright, so, our evidence is, so we got the crime photo, and that shows all of the Tenma stuff. Now, what proves that the those are forcibly are cursed? So what proves that the mayor didn't do all that stuff? A threatening letter. Okay, cause of death: stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death around 3:20 p.m. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Jinxie's statement. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at the bend. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. She couldn't call for help. Alright, so what is going to prove that he couldn't have planted all of the feathers in there? That character from Zero is the reason you say justice in all caps every so often. If that gives you an idea of their personality. Yep, that certainly sounds like he's deserving of the Fulbright voice. Let's see, the Tenemataro warning charm that Jinxie gave me when I set out for the scene of the crime. Don't think that has anything to do with it. the sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like. Alright, let's see here. So the tracks are one big foot and a bunch of talons, and this. Whatever happened to the talons in the back? Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Let's see. Oh, I get it. Because the feathers are on top of the blood. That's why it couldn't have happened. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting on the feather. Yes.
Objection!
The blood is on the feathers are on top of the blood. It should be the other way around. Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. I will admit that after the gaffe with the tracks on top of Apollo's bandages, I am now much more aware of what's on top of what. This is the crime scene photo, and just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you, they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. I imagine it's like this, but hey, I'm a safety-saving sort of person.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself, Mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Oh no! There must be some mistake. I love how they spice up these dioramas by going camera angle or camera out. Order! Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Here's a new expression. Was my haunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenmataro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Everybody dot, dot, dot. Can we get some dot, dot, dots in the chat? Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court and justice itself! You're unfit to bear your name, boy! Hey, someone actually acknowledged Apollo's last name. Your baldness. It appears that our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice. I am all ears. But you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. Just talk about the man in the suit! After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who lifted those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved there was someone else. So the mayor wasn't the killer? Was it all set up? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Oh my goodness. They're turning all of the ad hominem back on Blackquill. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection.
Oh boy. Blackquill isn't going to take that sitting down. Huh. Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of the fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying that there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Unless they're lying. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle? Now that you mention it, let's bring them up. We need their testimony. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see Tenma Taro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackquill. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait. I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Looking around at all of the jewelry he can pinch. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? Name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. I feel like the old man voice isn't exactly right for him. Like... But we'll keep on going. Oh, and here's for you, your lordship. Here's a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Ugh, it's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Fitz stole them again. You're all yours, your honorship, sir. What? They seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me. I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Ethics, methics. Just take 'em if you want. Polish 'em up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder. Alright, let's see what these practice statements are. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of that little girl's dreams. So, you're telling the court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro? Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the only truth, none or better the truth. None or better. And Tenmataro, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't. Ooh. My bracelet. It's... Hey, we have an animation for the bracelet. Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us? Wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit. What do you think you're doing, baby? Get out of here with that fishy nonsense. What's a hawk doing in here? Allow me to introduce my custy cohort, Taka. How's it going, babies? Yep, we've got 2 Sieg voices. I gave Widget the Sieg voice, and unfortunately we got introduced to a bird later on, so it has to happen. Every quirky companion is Sieg voiced now. Seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. It smells like rotten fish, baby. I mean, I like rotten fish, but you guys don't. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. Taka has no... I won't be able to spot squat like this. I got no tolerance for mumbo jumbo, baby. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. I like this perch. This is my new perch, baby. Somebody help! No, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. That's the spot, baby. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Tenmataro there, Filch should have seen him. We just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. Go ahead, baby. Interesting. How are we gonna do this without a ring? Time of the murder, you were on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. You were making sure no one could get to your guest. You're still in your office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened. You didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No sirree. Well, let's see what happens when I press this one. This is obviously the lie. Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking? Showing all fidgety and shifty like. You know, like they're about to steal something. He just described himself. I was about to point that out, but I knew that Apollo was about to say it. I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro. Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro, or maybe Mr. Filch is lying. If he's lying, you might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. You're on guard duty, making sure okay. Let's see. You're on guard duty in the foyer. Let me see here. What's our TV listings? Could it be possible? You're on guard duty at the foyer, so let's do a little bit of my running theory is that he wasn't watching out because he was watching wrestling. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle guard duty? Does he trust me? I am the manor's caretaker, after all. So you took said guard duty seriously? Let me tell you something about me. I'm... Yipes! Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else. Stick to the script, baby. Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir. Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. Making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, otherwise, could get to our guest. Now, I know I'm supposed to present the, I'm supposed to present the schedule. I just don't know on which statement to press it on. But wrestling, exactly. So I know what I'm supposed to present, I just need to figure out which statement. So no one can get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight. Yes, cause there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time. And the solution was to entrust the mayor's security to a thief? It's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one. I know. Seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me. So, the witness testifies that he took his guard duties seriously. Yes, sir. Your Honorship, sir. You were still in your office, keeping good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. This might be the statement. Let's see what our press reveals. Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy smancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there. Sheesh. Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. Alright. Let's go ahead and present the program. Were you? Oh, really? Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. Oh no! Yeah, I didn't watch that one, no siree. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off? You can trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty, watching TV in the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Like the thief of my time and his own credibility. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. So prove it. It is in this. Yep, it's in this diagram. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has the eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yipes! Oh, the bag's out of the cat. I mean the other way around. This is getting exciting, baby. Order! But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? What's up, baby? This. I'm not a mind reader. It scares me when you do that sometimes, baby. Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? Yes, they were! But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you're saying you weren't? My eyes may have been lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway got all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears are working full time. Who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster? This has to be a low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags in your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka's particularly fond of Tanuki. Is a Tanuki in here? Let me at him, baby. Should you lie to this court again, you may find yourself on the menu. You heard the man, baby. Keep them fibs to yourself. Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. So, are we ever actually going to be able to use Apollo's ring? Or was that tutorial just a one-off that we're never actually going to be able to do again? Because it seems like the bird is going to keep us from doing anything. Yeah, true. I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. Oh, you see? There weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer. Superstition is a religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense. For lacking that, our entire world would be upside down. Says the convict prosecutor who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo. Wonder whether Jinxie was just saying things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. And we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Yeah, we're not even at the last testimony here. The Allegro isn't kicking up right now. You're watching pro wrestling match on Office TV. Your eyes might have been slacking off, but your ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like, no way you would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer. Let's see.
Hold it!
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? Oh, that? Ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Tongue's my favorite part, baby. Yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir. I was, sir. But it ain't like that. So the floor there is all creaky squeaky like. Let's see what we have to get from that one. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch? As good as they come, I say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? Is that staff of his? That's what jingle jangles. Okay, that corroborates with what Jinxie said about the jingle jangling sound. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Sure. Very important. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. Alright, let's see what happens if I press it again. Tenmataro's staff makes a distinctive sound. Yep, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, Jinxie says something like that. Something about Tenmataro making a jangly sound. I think we're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps I should take a look at the court records again. This staff would have gone jingle jangle. Yep, there is no staff jingle jangle, because that's the only depiction of them that we have going off by. Tenmataro doesn't have a staff, I think.
Objection!
Hey, we make those. Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why, then, did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Eh? Nani? You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands, and she described it sound like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding his staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right! There's no staff! Not even a cane or a walking stick! Oh no! So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Let him cook, baby. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. Let's see. The scroll is wrong. He actually saw Tenmataro. Filch is a scatterbrain. He actually saw Tenmataro. The other two were a little bit out there. If they came up with anything a little bit more legitimate, I might have been tossed up, but nope. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could have possibly known about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell! You duplicitous little... Ugh. He got you good, baby! Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Yeah. Well? Yeah, I'm begging you. Please don't make me say it. Hear me. But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is, why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit to the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro. In the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Damn. That's a good way to take advantage of people's superstitions. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big-Time City Slicker lawyer's heard about him. Them old village superstitions. Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here. Do not... Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? Let's see. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Huh. That one caveat, that, the immediate departure from the village, that's new to us. See? That's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmataro. So I just get that book. Nice, free book. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that way no one could ever talk about him, so as if it never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What? Hey, there you go.
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Actually, I don't. Because the truth of the matter is that the killer was taking advantage of the superstitions. Just because you don't believe in the superstitions doesn't mean that it doesn't play into the case. Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark sleepless nights. There's no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Oh man, we're going back and forth with these objections. This is what everyone who's never played Ace Attorney thinks that Ace Attorney is like. Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of the Ninetails Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Duh. Ugh. Damn, he really took that one on the chin. Order, I say! You fool of a Tanuki! 2 times now, your lies have cost me! Sorry, I promise not to do it again! Or do I? How are we feeling about this, baby? Talk of my fine feathered friend. Have at 'em! Say less, baby! Give me them eyes, baby! Japes, he's gonna eat me alive! And for the hills! I guess this cross-examination is over. He took off. Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, with your fastest men! That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party, disguised as the yokai Tenmataro, was at the scene. And now, we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? You really just committed assault against your own witness, Blackwell. Ugh! Oh my god. There is a murderer who's no longer in chains. Ugh! His shackles. Ugh! I'm too young to die. Justice Dono, long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Huh? Ah! Are we ever going to have a case where people aren't forced to bolt out of the courtroom? Probably not. Detective, do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear, Fulbright is here! When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going! And get going already before he kills us! Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is sense of justice that set him free! Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice!
Silence.
Well, a new voice clip has dropped. Silence. They really created an entire new voice clip. Or soundbite. Soundbite is the word I'm looking for. I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenmataro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right, and that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cubey.
Silence.
He has completely given up on saying objection. Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, didn't see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenmataro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. I'm back, baby! That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tam, and Then, why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she should have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenmataro inside the Fox Chamber? There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Is there only going to be one court section? Are we going well over reset time? Sheesh. Long as my blade thirsted for blood, at long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono! Show him what you're capable of, baby! Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but 3 minutes recess? Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Here's a few bits if you recall. So then... So then there's going to be another investigation and another court sequence? Sheesh. At least enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir! I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? Well, wonder if it's going to take us 3 minutes before we get back into court. Busted out of his shackles? Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Definitely not made out of titanium. Better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. Huh. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late. Yeah, definitely took us less than 3 minutes. 10:43 a.m. after it was 10:40. Now then, I believe our next witness is Mix Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Yura Ri-hyun, leader of 100 demons. He really does exist! Wow, that is one well-polished tray. A little more trial, another bit of investigation than the final trial. Alright, might as well give these people as much show as I can. The witness shall show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Oh, what is it, my child? Be gone, Nurahyun, leader of the 100 demons. Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Ah, my charm has no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one. Ugh. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags? Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand. And go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. Do you think that when she talked about bags, well, I can see there being a Japanese joke there, that when she talks about bags and he refers to the Tanuki, he's talking about the sort of bags that Tanukis are normally known for having, if you catch my drift. No, I meant your bags, the ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azuki Arai away. Azuki Arai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. I'm not attacking the poor little girl, baby. Hazukirai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Ah, look at that. She did a nice thing for him, and he actually acknowledges it. He's actually decent underneath all of that, near murder. Say thank you to the nice little girl, baby. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together, those two are just plain creepy. His edge was ball-pointed a little bit. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene. Some sex, if you would. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai! Right there in that room! Okay, now she knows it. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime? Lots and lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them? I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho, they were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony? Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear, but a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea! Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. Let her cook, baby. I'll show you. Now the question is if Widget should still have the Sieg voice. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Oh, we're just live. Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, Here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. Alright, how do we take care of that? Seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear is instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. Oh, normal everyday objects. So all those statues that were in and around the room, she got spooked by them. She saw the murder scene and then she saw yokai all around. So if we undid all of those false positives, then all that would be left would be Temnataro, probably. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai in the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try to get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try. Alright, so we're probing. And then cat monster on a Wheel of Fire. Now, how do we know that that's the one that we're supposed to see here? Oh.
Got it!
Got it! Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? There is no way it's not the chandelier. The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai in a Wheel of Fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Ah! Oh, next? Alright. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now you got the hang of it? Should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Narikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. Ah! And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh. Well, that plate got repaired real quick. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai at all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Paulo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. And now we're back at square one. Right. there never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of the original assertion. Twice. This happened twice now. What about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro, or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking! Oh, there we go, there are the dual Destinies. Both of them at the same time. We can do this because of our 3D cameras. Order in the court! I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. This is the least I could do. No! I gave him those feathers specifically to do those tricks, baby. It looks cool. Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up on some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? So she's sad and she's shocked. You're so scared when you enter the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. There in the Fox Chamber, I saw the alderman dead on a table, and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else were there, and that includes Tenmataro. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict your statements. So, if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out. That's right. It's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Now I'll give it a shot. Okay, so this one is like rhythmic, and this one is like 1-2. So this is a 1 beat. So yeah, the sad is a 1 beat, and the fear is a 2 beat. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Your legs gave out and you fell on the floor. Okay, so in this one right here, the fear is less intense. So let's see what happens when I pinpoint that one. Wait. I need a pinpoint first.
Got it!
Yeah, it's less intense. The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she were there with me. Okay, I'll enter a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look! Alright. She's now courageous. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. Wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Did it have to do with the People's Champion, the Amazing Nine-Tails mask? Oh, never mind. Produce confusion rather than courage. You know the rest, Apollo. Okay. I thought that she saw the Nine-Tails mask, and it was the People's Champion. But no. Let me see here. Was it the statue? What was at the scene of the crime that could have given her some courage? No, not watching chat. Wanna get this on my own. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor, wrapped in a large cloth. Man, I wish I could have seen the scene of the crime again, so I can figure that out. It might have been in the crime scene. A photo of the hero sparked the monster craze and saved Nine-Tails Vale from becoming a ghost town. So he gets out the mask, but the glossy? Unfortunate. Nope. So she did not see the Amazing Nine-Tails. That was my theory, that she saw the Nine-Tails. Okay. It boosts Jinxie's courage because it was her mother's favorite. I was so stuck on the Amazing Nine-Tails that I didn't take the obvious thing. I really was stuck on the Amazing Nine-Tails. Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a Nine-Tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah, the demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. She says she was reminded of her mother. That is true. I found a small case with a picture of a Nine-Tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. What was the Now you see, if Apollo's question was what was there that reminded her of her mother, then I would have gotten it quicker. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? Give me that key, baby. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Black Quill? Oh my god. Black Quill's animation of reading a document is Taka coming down with a document. Take a look at this, baby. It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? I don't know, like the sound of that. Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could have used it before, during, and after the murder. The sole person who could have used it before, during, and after the murder? Wait, when did she find it? Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. Hold on a second. She was the sole person who could have, the sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in her constant possession. What did she say when she said that, let me see. With a picture of a nine-tails flower on it, you liked it so much you kept it. Okay, so she had the key to the chamber, and the only other key that existed was in the chamber at the same time. That's what Black Quill is using to dig our grave. But this master key was found in a room that would have been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. So if she found the key in the room, couldn't the murderer have gone into the... couldn't the murderer have unlocked the room, gone in, commit the murder, left the room, locked the door, and then run out? Unless I'm getting my timelines mixed up. And there was no one else in there save the victim. No, wait. He wouldn't have locked it afterward because the key was in the room. So no, my timeline was off. I trust you figured it out by yourself by now. Unless they did lock. Hold on a second. I'm getting a brain blast. The air duct. The killer used the key to get into the Fox Chamber, commit the murder, left the Fox Chamber, locked the door, and then the key, they threw the key into the air duct. It depends on where she found the key. If she found the case of the key directly underneath the air duct, that could be how the killer did it, but I could be really spitballing over here. And yeah, the killer went out of the Fox Chamber and then ran to the foyer. So it could work out. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. How could this happen? Ugh. Okay, Athena's starting to lose faith. She found the key after Tenmataro ran past her, so after a third person ran out of the room. Yeah, and that could have been Tenmataro. Unless I'm Wild Tengu chasing. The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dono. allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great. Now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Well, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to? Simon's statements were just objectionable. Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really. We'll be fine. But I've got absolutely nothing. That's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room, but it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Well, someone crashing outside. Time to do or die. Literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. You just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but... It doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent... It's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And, needless to say... The Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes, and whatever's left might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Well, the simplest answer is always, usually the one. Yeah, the true answer is always the simplest one. So right out the front door. The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. Uh-oh, the music's still going. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key, I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right? I can understand if the killer had exited the room with a key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting, unless you can explain yourself quickly. Oh dear. He's got his counter stance on. I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked because... Tenma locked it from inside. It locked on its own. The perp locked it from outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the... Uh-oh. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is blatant contradiction of that fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like, how could the key be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside? Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. Here we go again. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Threw it from outside, or slipped it in when the door was open? No, threw it from outside. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out into the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window? The vent! Polly, the vent! That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ugh. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? I don't know which part I'm supposed to point at. So I'm just gonna point directly at the vent, the air duct. Like, do I point here? Do I point here? Do I point here? I guess I'll point at the air duct. The air vent? Yes. The window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Ugh! That's preposterous! Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice! I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. That seems kind of... I like the judge's response. That seemed kind of condescending. First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that! Why was he holding his gavel? The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. That was a total turnabout. Hey, that massive forehead, I didn't see the rest of that. They said turnabout, let's go. Order, order! Now that I've proved the possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Here it comes, baby! Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it fled the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there's no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there's no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
The word is objection, Blackwell. Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? Seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out through the foyer window? What the heck, right? Huh. I suppose your next proposal is the killer spread wings and flew off into the sunset. I mean... would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. The killer took off the suit and then, I don't know, did something to make the suit fly. Yeah. So yeah, the killer disposed of the suit by, I don't know, whatever they did to dispose of the suit. That's what caused them to get caught on the suit to get caught on camera. So, just because they saw the yokai flying doesn't mean the killer had to be in the suit. As long as the suit was out there, and the killer having shed the suit would be left nobody would be none awares. Only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. So then... how would the killer make the suit fly? With, like, a firework or something? Seems more attractive now. What's that in reference to? I thought I was the one with cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor. What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? A tabloid, Your Honor. Take a look at this special edition newspaper. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Tenmataro, flew away. You know, by some way or another. The suit flew away, not the killer. The suit is significantly less heavy than a killer in a suit.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but a trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there's a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our Trixie Tanuki witnessed never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. Uh-oh. Is he gonna start implicating, Jinxie as some accessory to this? She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Oh, not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dodo? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. Oh, we've gone deep into it. Now there are two lives on the line here. Ah! No! What, no damage model for Apollo there? Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever! Little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. It's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blacksquill's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, Caesar, semi-interrogated her as the samurai of Yorewood. Is Mr. Tenma here now? Standing up? Oh, hello. Standing up for his daughter. Looks like he finally leapt over that barrier. Mayor Tenma? Huh. This farce is over. How does it feel, seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim that you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess?
Wait. Apollo? Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone.
The real killer is...
Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something! But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away.
Ka. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return.
Huh? Oh. I should watch what I wish for.
Oh my god, he's lost it. Foolish mortals! I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek!
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King.
What the? Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation! The witness he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. Huh! This child is Tenmataro, you say? Huh! What nonsense!
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now. Oh, when the peanut gallery is making comments, it's the first thing I couldn't read. It was the thing I couldn't read. Apollo's forehead seems more attractive now, I see. Is, oh. Who is in the first case? Who was the Apollo fangirl in the first case? Was she in the audience?
His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo? Those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your baldness! Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
Huh? What?
You claim the yokai that little scamp now was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real, in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene, that too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, or dear Tenmataro. I like how they just put him on screen there doing his grabby hands. The pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Seems I must spell it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled upon the scene of the crime. A little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father, possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible? He was supposed to have flown out the foyer window. Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of Kyubi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh. Ah! Kaka. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I? But presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. You've seen the pieces are still in place. This turkey's loco, baby. Is Black Quill up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live? Is that rumor about Mayor Tenma true? I knew yokai were real. He really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro? Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. Proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Why do all of my strangest cases involve birds? Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to. This is the dark age of the law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This has been a ploy to gain time from them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence.
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha ha ha! It seems you found that quite shocking. Mods, ban Fulbright. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, vow to... Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. Bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, This concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and the defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
Pow. Trying, but it won't let me. Dang. Well, we're at the end of the trial sequence anyway. The Great Escape Act. Okay, let's see. So this is day 2. This is day 2 investigation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we were at it for a little bit past the normal reset time, but it was worth it. But for the sake of everybody's sleep schedules, I might have to moderate just how much time we do these things. But that is it for day 1 of the Case 2. You are very welcome for the stream. Glad you had a great time. Blorf. A little bit, more like a lot of it, indeed. So, thank you, AQ, Solaris, Katum, James, and everyone still in chat. Thank you very much for joining in. Wherever you came in from, I'm glad you could stop in. And, you know, like they say, like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It's in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. And hopefully a good number of you can return for the next session of the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, specifically Dual Destinies. And I wish everybody a wonderful night. Get some sleep. And next time, it will be day 2 investigation, and we're gonna figure out what's going on with this yokai caper. Until then, game out.